G'day, MC Baggy. How you doing? Hmm. Is everything behaving itself? Apparently so. Oh, yeah, the dancing emotes. Oh, you joined too early. You still got ads to roll. We know chat is reflecting. We do some Discord. See, the trick is to join just late enough so that you don't have to watch the ads. They strike in about the first 5 minutes. Oh, it reminds you of Clank? I'll take that as a compliment. It was the only way I could think of to make that tiny little character dance. I've been so bad at my emotes. I need to work on my pixel art. It's non-existent, essentially. Back on the bandwagon. Let's figure out how this destructible environment works by copying smarter people's code as usual. Did I publish that? It's hard to know if that worked. Oh, it did. And we go to Bevy streams. Must have took ages to create it. I don't know if it did, to be honest. Let's have a look at it. I think I just took the same I think I just took the same sprite and repositioned a bunch of things by rotating them 90 degrees. Where is it? It's definitely not in there. It's in, oh, we got ads. Where is it? I don't even know where it is. It'll be a GIF somewhere. Emotes. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's not complex. Yeah, pretty basic. Okay. Bevy streams. And that goes back here. And then we get some blue sky happening. Okay. That can go away. Are there many Kiwis on Blue Sky? I think there are. I know that there's a lot of game devs on Blue Sky. It's a little bit of an echo chamber because most of the people that add me are also game devs. But I don't know about Kiwis. Probably. I think a lot of people migrated after Twitter shat the bed, basically. So yeah, I'd say so. Now, I know 15.1 has been released. I'm not sure if I'm building with 15.1 yet or not. Let's have a quick look at our build spam. Oh, we're not even building at all. Okay. How often do I trim my beard? Not enough. Never, apparently. I've just been told never. Yeah, not enough, I think would be the answer there. Why is this failing? Oh, physics gizmos, because I removed avian in this project. Stay unique. Yeah. Yep. I hear you. Okay, so we need to get this out of there. Actually, we might just comment it out because... No, we'll get rid of it. Don't just comment things out. Have the courage of your convictions. Okay, oh, we should also bring up this so that I am reminded to be a better Vimmer at all times. At all times and in all situations. Peacefully lurking at your $1.50 Woolworths garlic bread. Hey, don't knock the $1.50 garlic bread. Enjoy your lurk, sir. Now, that apparently does not exist. So that's all we need for now. Okay. We're still dying because we have physics stuff. And I removed the physics stuff. Yes, yes, I did. Because we're going to have to manage our own physics now. We're not going avian. We're just not going there. And we've got in pause. Need to edit out all of the stuff. Yep, that ought to do it. And what else we got going on here? Still got some avian things to take care of in movement. We're going to have our own version of very, very basic physics. Very basic. Very basic. What is the problem here? Oh, I see. Okay, that should be enough to build the game. Now, what version are we building it with? Are we up to 15.1? That's the question. If I do a cargo clean, cargo build, am I getting 15.1? Not that it really should affect much, but it's worth checking. It's worth checking. Do a quick team check while that's building. Uh-oh. Did the bot die? No, but it's not answering calls. That's concerning. Doing other things? Can it talk to event sub? Not talk to event sub. Okay. Wonder what would happen if I switched monitors right now. Would it explode? Sometimes when I do this, OBS dies. I should have checked to make sure it was working first. But yeah, sometimes OBS just has a complete brain fart when I switch monitors because it expects a display to be there and it's not there anymore. I wonder if I could get away with it by turning the display off briefly. And if the stream goes away, we know why, basically. Let's find out. So we have to plug this into the machine that's running the robot. Which is over here. Okay. Switch to USB-C. Yes. OBS is not dying. That's a good start. And oh yes, log into Twitch. Here we go. It's finally decided that it doesn't have a token anymore. I really should fix this. We'll close all of those tabs. One of these days, I'll just have a nice little automated bot that does what I want without having to do anything manual. In the meantime, we will go to Twitch. And we'll log in. Find our 1Password credentials from somewhere. Because this is not my 1Password. It is the robot's 1Password. Let's try that. Eloquent robot. I've been thinking about renaming it to YupBot since all it does is say yup. Authenticator app token. Is, once we find the right account, Once we find the right account, let's try that one. Remember for 30 days. That was the wrong one. Let's try. I need to label these better. Where is it? Let's try that one. That was the one by the looks of things. Okay, let's try swapping back to the other monitor and see if OBS dies again. Okay. Waiting for the key KVM switch to start responding. There it is. Wonder why there's always a pause like that. Oh, hey, look, we've got activity from the robot again. Excellent. Do I even follow that person? I do not. Let's fix that. Okay. Nice. Who's on today? Big Boy, Hypnotic, Quellis, Finn. Hey, Finn. Caden is silly. Do I follow that person? Need to make sure I keep up with the follows. It's important. And that's pretty much it. Okay, cool. So we have working activity now. Is that what's going on? We do. Okay. Good, good, good. Interesting that logging in that late was still enough for it to work. I thought it would have long since given up. All right, so we have it running, and did we decide that it was? Damn, I missed the output. Did we decide that it was? Looks like it's still using 15.0. Is that's probably as a subdependency though, right? Of another package. Some of those wouldn't have upgraded to 15.1. Anyway, so we no longer have anything being drawn with physics. So what does actually get drawn? Okay, just a bunch of meshes that don't fall or do anything else because there's no gravity anymore. That's okay. All of this is going to go away and we're going to draw a background. But in order to do that, I need to understand exactly what Mike Daly's approach was during those videos. See if we can find them again. Every time I see your name, I think of the Polish name Basia. Ah, a shortened version of Barbara. Oh, I don't know if I look like a Barbara. Maybe I look like a Barbara. Unfortunately, it's female. That's fine. I think I have broad enough shoulders to cope with that. Okay, so we want... It's pronounced Basha. Ah. We want Mike Daly. I think that's how you spell his name. Yeah. The inventor of lemmings, an all-around good guy. See if I can find videos we were researching the other day. Just to understand, I think he was storing the entire background as like a texture with the colors represented. You're not supposed to... Oh, I turned my display off. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Because I was trying to fix something on the PC that was running the bot. There we go. That's better. Now, we need to find the right video. In fact, I think I've got it linked on my Discord. Let's see if we can track that down. Ah, yep, here we go. Copy link. Okay. Now, I wanted to see the way that he set up his original environment. This is Game Maker Studio, so it's obviously not going to be very appropriate, but he put, I think he was doing GPU processing of the entire background. And I wanted to understand how that all worked.
This background I had. This will be
All credit to Mike, of course. Very smart individual. The speed at which he did this was shocking to me, to be honest.
Not actually sure I've got it. Hey. Hoorah. Right, so this is a screenshot, obviously.
So it just destroys all the bits out of the screenshot.
These. To those in due time. Boop. Boop.
But I wanted to see where he basically turned it into a texture array. Or like a mask.
Okay. Now black's not used here.
Right, so it went transparent.
Hide. If you've not used the new layer stuff, it's awesome.
Because the reason we went away from tile maps and physics was to try and make this destructible.
Like doing lemmings enhanced
on a pixel by pixel
parallax
basis. Don't need to see you manipulate the image.
Now, ideally, I would like.
But I kind of skimmed through this bit, and I think I really need to understand it a bit better. So this is a Game Maker room, right? Or Game Maker object. But I saw him at one point manipulating each individual pixel as an array of bits.
Okay.
Okay, this is a room.
We need a view.
Not a Bevy concept. And then you add a view.
Background. Actually, don't bother clearing background. That's a waste of time. We have a background. So we're going to view it by 320 to
So it's giving us subset as a viewport because there's scrolling and lemmings.
960. 600.
Once I get the mechanism that he's using, I should be able to reproduce it.
Okay, so that gives us our kind of view area.
Yeah.
That we're going to work with. I need to add our level. Not to that one, to this one.
Drag and drop, things that we don't have in Bevy.
Yep. Initially, I'm not really fast. I should walk over this fine, so it's a decent test. I could do with the trapdoor graphic actually as an object. That would be good.
Yeah, I don't
So
need to
let's
see
just
that. I need to know what
copy,
you did to import it.
and then we'll place one of them. You'll notice I prefix everything with O for objects, S for sprites, all that kind of stuff. Level. So lemmings walk over the top of backgrounds.
Yeah.
They count up 4 pixels, and then they'll jump to the top of that. If it's any more than that, they'll turn round. This is how they manage to
Okay, so
zigzag
4
through this
pixels.
stuff. They'll come up here, jump through to there, they'll go there, and they'll jump up to here, so they kind of get through things. If that was a big tall thing, I would kind of see that and then turn round. So on this, again, they'll just wander over this, which should be fine. But we need a way to get this into a mask thing that the processor can look at and use as a collision mask. This is where it's starting getting interesting.
So image-based collisions rather than
first.
vector-based, or colliders. So I think I have seen how to import each individual pixel. You can do it as a bit mask in terms of like either true or false. But I think I remember seeing him store colors.
Surface creation inside steps or crates or anything. It should all be in the draw, because that's when rendering set up on the first time you draw. So if you try and do it straight away, it's not necessarily going to work. And level and init mask. Okay, so.
But I imagine that the mask for the background can just exist in a Bevy resource.
Also, because we're modifying...
I'm not sure how much of this will be able to do on the GPU, though.
The background. It has to be on the surface.
So you are modifying the background. But how would you figure that out so that you modify the asset that Bevy uses? I mean, you can change them. You just get a mutable reference, right?
Should be -1. You never create surface -1, so it's always a good one. Then you can check it's there.
Change
each
individual
if it doesn't
pixel.
exist. That's going to be 60 by 160. 1600, isn't it?
I actually didn't realize it was going to be as complicated as this when I started this project.
160.
As usual. So surface create is basically
160.
asset server load. Or in fact, we wouldn't be modifying the asset. We'd be modifying. Would we? Would we modify the texture? I think we would. Presumably, it's being displayed on a 2D mesh.
Yeah. How far? These zeros. Basically, just to completely nuke it. You can then draw sprite.
Okay, so it's wiping a surface, which is like a mesh.
Sprite index.
I think.
Although that could be a global. If we're doing an initializer for a different level, we could set a global to that and then click through some of the sprites. Zero, and then that's it. Reset. Okay. So we now have our level and a sprite. And draw surface. There we go. Okay. For surface. Oh yeah, probably need like a location maybe.
Okay.
So that should be the surface now, not the background, not the sprite. We can just check. I should get nothing. Hey! So we've got the surface, we've got the level on the surface. So once we have that, we want to use this command, which I can't remember if it's got to be pre-created surface or not. Yeah, so create size 1600 by 200. Oh, 160 because it's on that's fine. Times 4s. ARGB is the color stuff.
Okay.
So we need to have a buffer that's large enough.
Red, green, blue, alpha. Okay.
Buffer type. Let's forget these. Buffers, create.
So we could do some of this on the GPU.
Don't need it to grow.
We might not need to though.
Alignment.
It's a pretty simple problem.
Okay, so
CPU wise.
Level mask.
But it might be slow. We'll have to see once we do all the collisions and things.
Okay. So right from there into here. Times 0, times 0. So that should copy that buffer. It'd be nice to be able to test that. How can I test that? 160. I could just print out some of the numbers.
That's right. He displayed them, and you could see the wave of the terrain on it.
Ideally, I'll loop over it and get rid of the alpha component as well. Although it might be 0 because we have cleared it to 0. Let's just suck it and see. So I just want to make sure I'm getting some of the bytes in, or the actual level into the byte array. So we're going to use this as our mask that we're going to walk on. Plus peak and level mask.
Okay, so just looking at
Comma.
All right.
Offsets.
In the positions.
Times 60 times 4.
Oh, okay.
Times 4. So that should give us a pixel. Type. Since it's here.
I think that X is supposed to be XX.
Unsigned it that we want. Okay, so once I've done that, we can do show debug message. Okay. Let's see what that does. Okay, that's not filling me full of hope. What have I done?
X.
Oh, I see what I've done. Stuck in an infinite loop. Good. XX. There we go.
Okay.
Not quite what I was expecting. Oh. No. Plus. Try that again. Ideally you print it as hex, but I really just need to see that it's getting value. There you go. Space at the top, and you can get the wave of the water there.
You can get the waveform. That's kind of cool.
Good. It's got solid alpha kind of values in it. If I take one of these and do a lookup, oh, because it's the same value, being blue. So if I show what that value is, there you go. So FF, and then that'll be a shade of blue, whatever that is, just fine. So I can just comment this out. It's always handy to keep for test for just now. So
I love that he just rolled through that.
What I can
Got to remember that he did actually write the game.
Let me just in the room change the background color to something else. Just so we've got a bit transparent in it. And then we'll just do a little play with erasing
So basically, all I want to do is set up something that can read in those color values. I'm not quite sure why I need the color values as opposed to just booleans.
Mask.
Maybe so I can tell the difference between like destructible background and non-destructible background.
Alpha. This is where it gets interesting because you've got to start.
Wait, what is this for?
Ideally, I want to use the GPU as much as possible to do all the masking stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really want to get into having to do all the
this is the selector. Okay.
Like we used to do. So let me just have a little think about it. So I'll do a cursor as well. Create. Image. Let's make that 16 by 16 as well. Actually, that should really be
because he was using it as a debug tool to be able to draw on the existing background, or to remove parts of it anyway, which I think is really useful. So I want to some extent to be able to duplicate this in Bevy.
I'll do
16 by 16, you're not going to get it right in the middle. Oh, he's going to use different colors, I guess.
Yeah, I'll do an actual rectangle. Okay, fine. I can live with that.
Why is it off center?
And origin. Okay, so let's just put our level. That's in the options, isn't it? That's what I'm for. The Windows ones. Graphics. Yeah, cursor. No, thank you. Don't want that. Just I don't need that. Don't need lemming. So okay, let's just
want to see you destroy some of the terrain.
Object.
But as he first started to get them working on it.
This will deal with the cursor part. Type. I didn't actually name that. Oh, I did name that. Cursor.
Good old game maker. Point and click.
Oh, except that's not where that should be. That should be in the draw GUI. Yes. So I also want to set the GUI size. Which would be 20.
See if I can skip ahead without missing too much context here.
Just need a in the level.
If mouse pressed.
So, base surface set target surface reset. Sprite a mask.
Ah, I see. So he's going to use that as essentially an alpha mask. So just draw using the alpha color. Interesting.
Why? Okay.
And in fact, you could do that for explosions too. Just draw a sprite with a yeah.
Hey, look, it draws just like you'd think. Okay.
Okay.
I'm doing middle mouse to scroll like I do in the UI. Or maybe a better way of scrolling in Lemmings than kind of the push scroll that we used to have. Just click the middle mouse and pull it about. It's probably a good idea.
Okay, so hang on.
Okay, so now.
So all this doing, but to do that, you've also got to update the mask, right? Otherwise, they won't be able to walk around it.
Set. Oh, it's changed now, isn't it? GPU set blend enable. That's true. It's on anyway, but set blend. No, not blend. Blend mode. No, subtractive might work because it's a kind of solid white thing.
It's probably a way to do that with a WGSL shader.
Let's put it back to where it was at the end. That's because you need to do that. Let's try that again. Ooh,
yeah, nice.
Look at that. Instant removal. So that'd be like blowing something up. Pop.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the only thing with that is once we've done that,
you have to update the mask.
We need to kind of grab the buffer again so we can get the new mask. So that should just be copy it. Ideally, you'd copy it a little bit, but I don't know, you can. Let's just do this just now. So I think we can look to get a lemming walk.
Right, so the goal there is
kind of want a background.
Load the
really cool backgrounds in
load the texture. Load the texture. Record all of it as a mask so that we know what is where. That's purely for the lemmings benefit. And then make it so that when you drag the mouse across it, you use a mask, a different mask like a circle or whatever, to remove pixels by setting them to the alpha value. Some of which could be done in a shader probably, but let's just see if we can do it with the CPU. I'll be impressed if I get that far. So we need to think about how that translates. So let's go back to playing and just remove anything that we don't need. So platform, etc. So let's come up with a very simple background that we can use. So what's our total dimensions for this game? Do we have any? Oh, it's 1080p. Okay. So let's get Let's do that. Let's use a transparent background and just put something incredibly simple on it so that we have something to work with. Let's try any old color. Don't care. Brown. That apparently is not a brush. I've completely forgotten what my keyboard shortcuts for Sprite were. Oh, I see. I already had some. Okay. Trouble is the alpha mode is probably going to mess this up, but let's just see. Oh my God. I see. It's just not able to draw it because it's so small. So I don't think Lemmings was ever even close to a 1080p game. So we're going to just, everything's going to be slightly larger. That is okay. Another vertical cliff, just in case we need to make them turn around. And then, where's my fill? Where's my fill? Oh, there we go. Okay. Presto, Earth. Okay. Save as. And we'll go back to here, assets, textures. Actually, what was this? Oh, that was a pretty basic level as well, but let's use this one. Yes, overwrite. Okay. So we'll then add that to our loading. Mm, 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 mm. That's weird. Do I not have any Bevy asset loader shit in here? Oh, it's in assets. Okay. What is it? Path. I've forgotten the format, but it's going to be handle image, and the rest of it asset tracking Yeah, asset path equals and then a path. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, path equals. So then we get textures level PNG. There we go. Then we ought to be able to load that in. So all of this stuff can go away except for textures, which is a res textures, I think. There we go. And I don't know if the entire thing is a sprite or if the entire thing is a mesh. What would be easier? I think it's a mesh 2D, right? Let's just steal this one. Being a very bad Vimmer, I need to watch out for that. Why? That's all sprites. Oh, I see. Then we've got mesh 2D down there. Okay. Let's try mesh 2D. Do I want it? Why do I want it to be a mesh? What properties does having a mesh 2D give me that a sprite doesn't? I think this is right. Meshes add, and it's a 1920 by 1080 mesh, essentially. So rectangle. I think. Is it rectangle new? And is it F32? Yes. All right, then we get mesh material 2D. But wait, wouldn't I want... Can a mesh material 2D be an image? Or does it have to be a... See, these are things I feel like I ought to know by now, but I still don't. General information about 2D materials and how to implement your own. Because it could be, of course, a custom material with a shader. Materials are used alongside Material 2D plugin, Mesh 2D, and Mesh Material 2D to spawn entities that are rendered with a specific type. An easy-to-use high-level way to render mesh 2D entities with custom shader logic. Right. Which I may or may not need, depending on if I do this with shaders. But I feel like I should. Is there such a thing as an image material? 2D material that renders 2D meshes with a texture tinted by a uniform color. I see. So you can have a texture as part of the color material. Let's just play with that. Materials add. Excuse me. It just provides a color. Asset import into A. So does texture, if I give it a texture handle, does that work? From color, what other values are provided for color material? From world, from reflect. Feel like there should be such a thing as like an image material or a text material, but maybe people just use color material. Oh, there's from handle image as well. Okay. Well, if there's from handle image, then I ought to be able to do textures level into, I guess. Huh. Apparently so. So without doing anything else at all, I ought to be able to do that. Oh, apparently not. Try using a fully qualified path. Cannot move out of dereference. Wait, what? Oh, clone, right. Doesn't need to be mutable. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't really do anything. And it did not run. Oh, right. Inaccessible system perimeter res textures. Okay. So we look for assets. And this is public, but possibly not loaded in. It's not a very good name for it. And the resource isn't initialized, which I think is probably the issue here. Load collection. Yeah, there you go. Keep forgetting what I'm trying to do. There we go. And then this one is now called levels. And in theory, that should get us to the point where we can run. Hey, it's a magical texture. All right. Well, that's kind of progress, I guess. Kind of progress. That's what we live for, is kind of progress. Okay. We have a texture. This is a color material in a sort of a walnut brown. Delightful. Oh, and we got ads. Gonna get that cup of tea. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. All right, so we have a background. The next step is to get a mask of all of the bits that are set in the background. Basically, we're looking for everything including alpha because we're going to need alpha. So in the same thing, we want to obtain, well, I guess we need to update the mask. Do we need to update it every frame? As that can be super expensive? Probably, right? We only need to update it when something changes. Maybe let's just start with doing it every frame and see how prohibitively expensive it is. Would you do it in fixed update? I suppose you would, right? You'd do it in a post fixed update, maybe. So probably add systems, fixed update, fixed post update. Would you do it pre? I think pre. You'd probably also initialize it in the init. We'll farm it out to a system, I guess. Set mask, set bit mask, set layer, set level mask, set level mask. It's the kind of thing that you might be able to get a compute shader to do. Let's see if we can get it done this once. Fn set level mask. And we're going to need a resource to contain this. It's effectively going to be, his vision was to create a buffer that was width times height times, width times height times 4. Actually, I might get the AI to summarize the approaches here. Let's try it. So say I need in Rust, let's say we need a buffer of a known fixed size, 1920 times 1080 times, that's not quite what I had in mind, 1080 times 4. This must be modifiable. Representing ARGB color values. Discuss the options for structuring this buffer. It's an 8 megabyte buffer. Too large for the stack. Okay. So vec with capacity. Allocated on the heap. Box with fixed array. VEC approach is traded. Flexibility has a small runtime overhead for bounds checking. Box U8 is more memory efficient, and the pixel buffer adds safety and convenience at the cost of a small amount of overhead. You need const generics. You could also make the dimensions type parameters. Add methods to get raw pointers. If we're passing this back and forth to the GPU, e.g. for use with a compute shader, does this suggest a preferred approach? Yeah, we got a VEC4, so that's no problem. Alignment. Pixels rather than raw bytes. If we're using Bevy, does this alter your answer? Built-in buffer abstractions. Oh. Huh. Buffer usages. Not cosmic text. Okay. This is getting into pipeline stuff that I'm not sure I'm really wanting right now. But am I going to regret not storing things as pixels? Render device create buffer. Custom shader instancing. Create texture with data. I think we might just start with a resource that contains one of those U8 arrays. We typically want to structure it as a resource, sure. Use Bevy's built-in buffer abstractions. Render device create buffer. What is render device? Where does render device come from? I think I need to see an example. Oh, hey Rick Taylor, and hey Matt. I'm sorry, I've been kind of zeroed in, focusing. What's going on here? Fancy GPU shenanigans? Yeah, I rapidly find myself out of my depth. I'm trying to understand how I should store if I need a background image where I store all the different pixels so that I can manipulate them. I'm trying to understand how I should store that. And I'm discovering that there is a thing called a render device buffer. So we're looking for examples that might help me understand that. So I want very simple, very simple buffer stuff, buffer shenanigans. Part of the difficulty with the Bevy shader examples is that a lot of them are quite complicated by my standards. Hey, storage buffer, here we go. How to use a storage buffer with bind group as bind group in a custom material. Image new has usage which can be used to keep the CPU copy and update it from the CPU. What? I think I remember seeing something about that. Because I did not use image new, I used color material new. And perhaps I shouldn't have. Oh, there's a lot of images. There we go. Bevy image. Okay. Has usage, asset usage. Render asset usages. Oh, I remember seeing this. You can pass both, right? So you can keep it on the CPU or you can send it to the renderer, send it to the GPU. Hmm. Need to retrieve my tea bag. Okay. I think we have an image example that modifies the image somewhere. So we went down this route. Yeah. This is the kind of thing. All materials use the same buffer. So I don't necessarily need to do this using a shader at all. I could potentially do the whole thing on the CPU. Let's go back to Bevy. And any asset modification of an image will cause a re-upload. Storage buffers are basically just there to be non-image data, which works in a similar kind of way. I gotcha. Let's try am I on the right branch? Why am I on a detached head? Must be mucking around with someone else's branch. Just out of curiosity, I want to see this example running. PC Walton, last commit 5 days ago, storage buffer. Oh, this could be a minute. Oh no, we're good. So yeah, that's a good tip. I should go down the road of image rather than color material. Maybe. So I need it to be modifiable and for the background to update when it gets modified. But that should be doable. Okay. Oh, that's this one. I remember this one. Okay. Very pretty. Not necessarily the level of complexity I need right now. Okay, so instead of doing this, what happens if we just use an image new? Let's see if we can find a good example to work with. Examples. Render UI to texture. That's not likely to be useful. CPU draw. Yeah. So let's run that example to make sure it does something useful for us. You gotta love examples. Oh, cool. All right. Well, it's certainly an image that's being modified. Pretty. I haven't seen this example before. Could use some zoom. Okay. So let's go to that example and see what's going on. My procedurally generated image with handle. Okay. Because we've already got an image to load in. Hey, Redicide, how you doing? Let's see. Create the image new fill. From raw binary data. .2D image of 256 by 256. Extent 3D. Why 3D? Oh, because of, yeah, the Z-axis, sure. I guess. Texture dimension D2. These are all things I don't know about. D2 equals 1. Okay. We're playing with low-level image API, I guess. Initialize it with a beige color. Texture format, and then, yeah, we've got this main world versus render world thing. Yeah. How much of the 3D extents you're using? Yeah, okay. Red, green, blue, and alpha. 8-bit integer per channel, sure. To make it extra fancy. But what happens if I want to load it from an image? So I wouldn't use new fill in this case. I'd use image new, right? So no, it still takes a data from buffer. I just want from handle, essentially. Takes, you could use asset server load and wait for the source image to be used and use clone. Yeah, or in this case, because we've got Bevy asset loader, we can probably just clone already. You do a lot of WGPU, but never actually use Bevy. Yeah, it's definitely WGPU land. But I would not want to misrepresent myself as any kind of expert in that regard. Okay, so let's just use image new and see where we get to. So not there, but here. And then we have parameters of extent 3D. Whoa, was it X? What do you mean no information available? Just what are you trying to pull here? because it's not in the prelude. That's why. There we go. Width, height, and depth or array layers. .3D images are used for things like volumetric fog, absolutely. And also using all of your VRAM. I think this was 1, right? Yeah. And then we've got data. So can I literally just use this, or do I need to get more complicated? Yeah, we've still got issues out the back end. Hey, like my very complicated background in a dirty brown. Where are we? That's lib. We don't need that. Texture, let's just copy this so that we've got it as a reference. We do not want to initialize it with a beige color. We have got other things going on here that do not appear correct. 5 arguments found 2. That would be because I've closed it off too early, I imagine. See what's going on. Oh, well, that's certainly wrong. This is expected texture mention. That's correct. So this goes here. That's undeclared. Vacuate found handle image. This is bound to be wrong. The 5090 has plenty. Yeah, if you're investing in that territory. This we're not using from... Use the same encoding. This is bound to be wrong. Let's find an instance of image new that we can play with. Am I still in Bevy's local directory? Examples, please. Stress tests. Image new fill is what people are using. Maybe I should be using that. Image new, here we go. Texture dimension, and then a vector. Is there no image from texture? Feels like there ought to be. I guess it is the low-level API. What is buff? I think maybe I need to load it from assets. If handle image, I need images get. Yeah. Did I get that right? I suspect I got that wrong. I still need a clone, I think. Yeah, fair enough. Let's just assume for the sake of argument for a moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm unbearably slow doing this kind of thing. I eventually get there. That's a reference to a Bevy image. Is this an into situation or are we getting hopeful there? Now we're getting hopeful there. Yeah. So it wants evacuate. What do we have on an image that we can use? Oh, it has to be cloned, really? Can I do it inline? No. For some reason, I don't. Yeah, we've still got the same shit going on there. Oh, I don't need to call image new? Oh. But then if I don't, I'm going to get the default value for render asset usages, aren't I? Asset usage is a pub field. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm with you. I'm pretty sure I wrote an example about this about 6 months ago. I've forgotten every single one of it. If we look for render asset usages, I can't remember where it was. It was Alta Mesh. It was this thing. And I still don't remember how to do it. Yeah. This is all me after about 3 rounds of comments telling me to use render asset usages. Oh, God. Okay. And this is asset server load with settings. Okay. Huh. All right. Let's get back to basics. So we get the images. So you're saying image is buff clone because we don't need image new. So you're saying something akin to this. And that needs to be mutable for obvious reasons. And then image asset usages or usage. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's comment this out. So then we get, because it's in both main and render, we should still have access to it. So then I should be able to spawn that as what? What do I use the image on? Do I still need to use a color material? For example, we don't necessarily need a mesh 2D anymore. Can it be, is it a component? Can it be spawned in and of itself? And if so, does it get a transform? Where are we? It is not a component, it's an asset, duh. So I still need to put it on something. A texture for a regular material, not a color material, you say. So I should be able to use this core, shouldn't I? So what I need to do with the mesh using color material. PBR material. Oh, there's too many. There's too many materials. That was a terrible search condition. So color material from. Well, it already works with materials add textures level clone, so you should be able to insert your new image into assets image so that you have a handle. Yeah. So you could just use materials add here, I presume. Not that it's necessarily good style, but you know. Color material from image isn't satisfied because we need the handle. Yeah. Which is what you're saying, basically. So let's do it stepwise, and then we'll materials add. Wait, materials add? Yeah. But I can't do materials add image clone, can I? I can't believe I don't know how to do this yet. Images add. Oh. Why not materials? Oh, I see. Because images is res assets, image, and materials is res assets. Color material. I gotcha. Man. And images needs to be mutable. And then we get a handle, and image handle then can become like so. Holy crap. Because it's an image, yeah. I got you. And then we don't have to deal with image new quite so much. So in theory, that should run and produce a very similar result to what we had before. In theory. Yep. Okay. So moral of the story, we don't need necessarily, as long as we've got the image, we can manipulate it. So we need to keep around, we don't really need that anymore. Or do we? Set the alpha of each pixel, blah, blah, blah. I don't really need to be extra fancy. I need simple. I need simple, no extra fancy. Add it to Biffy's. Oh, yeah. If I'd actually looked at this example, that might have been helpful. This will give us a handle we can use to display it as part of a sprite, etc. Create a sprite entity, which I could have done too, I suppose. Every fixed update, draw one more pixel to make a spiral pattern. So we've got get the image, compute the position of the pixel to draw, and get the old color of that pixel. Okay. Finds the center, finds the radius, and so on. Praise the sun, indeed. I eventually get there, once prodded multiple times. Get the image. So when I do images get mute, I have an image, and I presume because I've stated that I want it to be on both the CPU and the render world, that I can access all of its pixels. So one of the things we were going to try was to change some of its bits to alpha, because that's going to be a key mechanism in the destructible terrain. Well, destructible. So we need to be able to, in that case, we don't necessarily need a separate level mask resource because we can do it on the image itself. We do need to keep that handle around. And I wonder if it would be a good idea to set that in a component, because we've got it in the mesh material 2D. So all we could do would just be to query by mesh material 2D with level. Yeah. So doing this every frame sounds ruinously expensive, but that's all right for now. So level, or even background, or let's just call it level to keep things simple. That's going to need to be mutable. This is going to need to be probably a single. Mesh material 2D, or actually no, I can't query for image, but I can query for this. Mesh material 2D, that's going to need to be an and mute with level. And then I need to understand what's on level. So level, I have two froms. Oh, okay. And it's got deref mute. So I can just grab the handle. And it essentially is a handle for the material 2D. And when I have the material 2D, can I get its image out of here, or its asset? Alpha mode, specialize. How do I get its handle back out? So that I can manipulate its image. Oh, it'll be in color material. Texture. All right. That's the M in this case. I gotcha. So level is essentially material like that. So we should be able, because it's got deref mute, I ought to be able to get to that. Well, I can just do level O, but field is handle unknown. So it's level texture essentially, except I think it would have to be, no. Just trying to understand how I access these things. I missed the generic param in my single. I did? Yes, I did. Look at that. That's why it can't tell what type it is. So now does it have a texture, or do I have to, by deref, I get handle color material. Cool. So I need to load that out of materials. That gives me the material, and then I get the texture from that. Oh, okay. LM. So we go materials, potentially mutable. Let's figure that out. In fact, the mesh material, mesh material 2D probably doesn't need to be mutable. Okay, so materials is res, possibly mute, assets, color material, and down the hole we go. Materials, get, potentially get mute. Level. If that's got deref mute, shouldn't it be able to do this? I guess not. Huh. Yeah, I thought it would. Okay. So you're complaining that you don't have to be mutable. You're right, at least for now. Therefore, this can go away. Foo ought to be a option color material. Okay, I need to remember to get rid of that unwrap too. Yeah, so if let some foo, some level material, then we end up with the image. So I need something to look up the image. So we go back up here and we go images. Res, definitely mute in this case, I think. Assets, images. And then we get images, get level material. Oh, this could be an option though, so we might need to deal with that, but let's go texture. Yeah, it's an option. If let some, you gotta love it. Texture equals level material. And what is your deal? Oh, okay. Okay, we finally got there. All right, so 3 stages down, can we finally access whatever is in foo? Oh, foo is still an option. Okay. Of course it is, because they're all get. We could just do this. Could have done this all along, to be honest. Okay. So now, you're claiming that you don't need to be mutable, but you know what? I bet you do need to be mutable. So what can I do with my image now that I have it? where is the data that my image contains? Let's find out. Data, what do you know? It's evacuate. This not only lets you actually call get mute. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so this nesting makes image metadata out of verbose. Oh, this is a to-do. Okay, I will gently ignore that. Image sampler to be used during rendering. What the hell? Text view descriptor and asset usage. Oh yeah, because we already know about that. Okay, so let's look at our example again. Yes, this one. Set the A value by accessing the raw data bytes. It's the fourth byte of each pixel as per our texture format. Find our pixel by its coordinates. Convert our F32 to U8. U8 max as F32 as U8. So that's how they're setting something to alpha. Okay, so we get pixel bytes mute using a UVEC3 for our X and Y coordinates. And then we take the fourth element of that. I'm just going to grab this because it's quite useful. Set alpha values by image has helpers get color at and set color at too. Quite a lot slower, but much easier to use here. I may not need to care too much about speed, but I'll find that out. It depends how often I update this mask, I think. Although it's not really a mask because, yeah, I'm manipulating the image itself, whereas I don't think that's what he was doing in the video. Well, he kind of was. He was manipulating the mask anyway. But it's we need the buffer because the characters need to be able to walk across it as a level surface, well, as a surface. So set alpha values by taking the fourth value of the fourth value of 4 bytes, essentially, which will be the alpha. From example, what do we call this again? I've got too many windows open, too many buffers open. This is CPU draw. Note that get color at and set color at also exist. Marginally slower, but easier to read. Okay. So, how can we prove this? I mean, we could just set the alpha of every single pixel and see how slow it was. Because we already know that the top ones are alpha already. Okay, I'm going to get out of this nesting because it's bugging the hell out of me. Let's actually... And one day in the not too distant future, these will be errors instead of just ordinary returns. Okay, and we need get mute. Okay, now it's not complaining about the mutability. And now we can think about, oh, I'm terribly sorry. I've got comments over on YouTube and I have not seen. I was not looking because people don't usually chat on YouTube. Thanks, Jackson. I appreciate that. How far have I gotten in the logic? Are you doing pixel vector-based representation or tile-based grid? Definitely not tile-based. I looked at tiles and it just wasn't really an option. Error detection's overrated. I don't know. When your system just exits and you have no idea why. A 2D mesh material can use an image as a texture. Yeah, we've slowly gotten to the point. Thanks to much prodding from various people. I'm slow, but I'm stubborn. Okay, so all right, so we have our image and we have our information. Everything is in data, but I don't need to directly interact with data because I can use set color at. So let's start by seeing if we can set the entire. Let's just see what we're working with now. Okay, so we've got this. So our goal is to set everything here to transparent, essentially. So let's start with that as an approachable goal. Don't need that. Back in my day, we had some LEDs for blink for diagnostics and we were happy. Red, green, and what was it? It was green was the hardest color to invent, or was it blue? I think it might have been blue. Something about blue being the hardest color to... Blue, yeah. Why? Because of the gallium nitride. Huh. Okay. So let's go with a simple loop. So for X in... Oh, we got some ads rolling through in a sec. Please ignore them. I have to do it to stop the pre-rolls. For X in 0 to 1920. For Y in 0 to 1080. I will screw this up on a number of levels, I'm quite certain. Image, no, hang on, what are we calling this? Image set color at. And let's have a look at this. Change the color of a specific pixel. This function will find the raw byte data of a specific pixel and change it according to a color you provide. The color struct will be encoded into the image's texture format. Be careful writing to non-float texture format is lossy. The data has to be converted. So if you read it back using get color at, the color you get will not equal the value you used when writing it using this function. Huh. Colors are weird. Okay. So let's go with, we don't even need to change it to transparent. We can change it to whatever we want, right? So this needs to be X, this needs to be Y, and this needs to be color sRG. Wait, do I want sRGBA? I think I do. BA. Oh, wait. Oh, we got ads. I'm going to make another cuppa. I'll be right back. Okay. Now then, let's see what we could do here. So we're creating a new color. I always forget this syntax. Red, green, blue, alpha. All right, that makes sense. What do we currently have? What should we set it to? What are these ranges? I always forget. It's not 0 to 1, it's 0 to something or other. I don't know. Let's set them to 100 apiece and see what happens. It's 0 to 1. Damn it. I want to be right about something today. Well, 1 would be white, presumably. What is your problem? That's a result. Fair enough. If wait a minute. Oh, that's trying to return it. That's why. Result may be an error variant, which should be handled. Well, that's fair enough. Variable does not need to be mutable. Interesting. So set color add is not enough to mutate it. I guess it's not mutating the image, it's mutating the data in the image. Really matters little if you're setting alpha to 0, you ain't going to see him anyways. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. All right, let's try taking the get mute away and seeing what happens here. I guess I'm not modifying the asset. I'm modifying the... No, that seems weird to me. But I am mutating it. God damn it. Okay, you know what? Undo, 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 undo. Redo. Okay, you know what? I don't need to dig into that right now. Let's just run it. Images and mute image since you're not changing the reference, right? I see. So, but I still need to call get mute on it. Otherwise, it's the wrong kind of reference. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not visible, so that's good. It's also being called every... Oh, shit. It's been called every frame. That's a really bad idea. Mutating the value behind the reference. I'm just not changing where it points. Yeah. I got you now. I got you. Picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, so calling this every frame is dumb. Let's bring the... Let's call it here. Set level mask. Chain. And, well, it's not every frame, it's every fixed pre-update, but close enough. And then let's change this to, say, 0.5 so that we can actually see something and prove to ourselves that this is happening. Ah! Okay. Well, that works. And we could do something even slightly smarter and go if, now, it said it was lossy, but we should still be able to check if the alpha value is low, right? So if image get color at, oh, 1D and 3D. Interesting. X, Y. And yes, we'd better do an if let sum. If color, how do I get its alpha value? Let's see. Oh, it doesn't know what I'm, really? Oh, right. Yeah, it's color. Do I just color alpha is greater than, say, 0.5? In theory, we should only change the landscape part of it. Yeah, nice. Okay, and that is how you work with pixels in an image. All right, cool. I eventually will get there with enough prompting. So we can probably get rid of this now. Get color at and set color at, definitely the way to go there. So let's see. This is something we don't want to have to run all that often. But also there doesn't really seem to be a good need to we should be able to run something to get a chunk of pixels around the character so that we can tell whether it's colliding or not. That should be relatively efficient, he said, in theory. In theory, in practice, it might not, but in theory. Okay, cool. So we don't need to change every pixel in an image all the time. That's not a thing. That's not a thing that we need to do. We do need to be able to get access to the level whenever the level image whenever we need it. Whether it's more efficient, and it's already in a resource, so I don't know that it's really any more efficient to create our own resource to keep a level mask in. We can just use the image itself, which is effectively what oh, I've even lost the video. Oh, that's effectively what the nice gentleman was doing with his editable backgrounds. So now our next thing would be, what Noita did was break the world up into tiles and generate physics shapes for each tile. And when the images were mutated, they regenerated any required physics tiles. Yeah, I think that's probably more detail than I'm gonna look to do right now. What I know that effectively what Lemmings did back in the day was just to draw shapes in alpha on the background, and if, for example, a lemming exploded, then it would create a little circular mask shape in the background. This is what I've been reading about with Dave, with Mike Daly's stuff. So we might work along that kind of primitive approach. So I don't think I'm really capable of Noita level physics at this point. But what we can do is the next step in the process, which is to allow the mouse to drag across the texture and create alpha using a small mask. And it'll be a useful debug tool because we are to change the landscape a little bit. But B, it'll provide us with a mechanism by which we can also have the creatures alter the landscape by tunneling through it or destroying it in various ways. So yeah, I need a mechanism to do mouse to world coordinates, which I know we have a number of examples for. So let's get, this is no longer really that useful, but we will keep it around as an example. We'll stop running it. Noite is an amazing game. I haven't actually played it a whole lot, but no barking. No barking. No. Hey, come here. Come here. Stop it. Stop it. You do not bark. It's just people walking past the house. They're allowed to walk past the house. They are. They're allowed to. Yeah. See? This is the source of all the problems. And the source of every single problem that there is. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's over here? What's over here? Yeah. You are the source of the problems. Yes, you are. OG Lemmings only had to run at 320, 240. I know. Depending on if you had NTSC monitor or not. I think ours was PAL. Okay, so we don't need to run that, but we do need to know how to do it. We also need to be able to track the mouse pointer and convert it to world coordinates. So let's look at which demos we need for that. Because we will need it for various things anyway, including interaction with the game. Input. Mouse. Mouse input. And because we're in 15, we get to use accumulated mouse motion. Thank you. Let's see here. Right. Mouse button input just released. Mouse button, left mouse currently pressed is pretty much what we're going to be using. So res button input mouse button. Let's just call this draw alpha. Mouse button. Were we saying res button input mouse button? Yeah. And then mouse movement. So accumulated mouse motion. Res mute, res. Okay, and then we have this block. And this block. I wonder if we could actually use observers for this stuff, but let's see where we get to. So we're going to run that on, whoops, that is badly named by me. And we'll run that on update. No particular need to run it on fixed update, I don't guess. Whoops. Okay, so we should have some output here. And we do. Nice. Don't really want the delta, but I want the actual chords. And I need image chords rather than screen chords. It's quite mesmerizing. Okay. So we could do something similar, simple like that. And then we need, we don't want delta, we want actual coordinates. So accumulated mouse motion may not even be the right thing, in fact. Yeah. I want current mouse position. Or mouse to world, effectively. Grabs the mouse when the left mouse button is pressed and releases it. What? Huh. Okay. Ah, okay. Mouse motion events is what we're looking for. I do believe. Event reason mouse motion. Really? Uh, Input mouse. It's not in, huh, okay. And it needs to be mutable, you're saying. Because of read. Fair enough. Okay, so all delta. Huh. So how do I get current mouse position? I'll take screen coordinates. Pointer ID. Relative cursor position. Yeah, I've done this before for a hex-based game, and it used mouse position in terms of Bevy tilemap. Bevy ECS tilemap, but I don't know that I've done it raw before. This is UI stuff, I think. Yeah, this is UI stuff. Hmm. You know what? Cheatbox probably got it. Buttons, run conditions, button events, scrolling, motion. Get an event with a delta. Mouse cursor position. Primary window. Windows single cursor position. Window cursor position. Physical cursor position. Interesting. Primary pointer is tracked on the window. Slightly cursed, but alas. Window resolution for explanation in physical pixels. That might actually be what I need. So I need primary window. Show me. Oh, it's in text input. No. Give me Bevy examples. Text input. That one. A single mute window. Position. Okay. So in that case, we could do window single. Was it mute window? And mute window. Fair enough. I thought there was a primary window thing, or did we change that? Info, or even just debug. Window physical curse. That doesn't seem to be useful. I think this primary window is just a tag. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be more than one window. Okay, so we're getting some promising looking things. If I'm up the top, it should be a relatively low number. Yeah, 11, 7 to the other end. Yep, that's it. Interesting. Okay. All right, so that means I can track where the mouse is. So now I should be able to also grab some of this code. I do not need the mouse motion events, nor do I need mouse motion accumulated. I just need this, this, and this. And get rid of that. Do those things. And then images set, not images, image set color at, hang on, let cursor equals, cursor pause equals window get physical cursor position. Cursor pause X, cursor pause Y, and color sRGBA. And I think we decided that could be a result. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember something about adjusting for camera position. Oh, right. Like depending on zoom levels and that kind of stuff. Wait a minute. Oh, right. The whole thing is a option. That's an F32. Window chords are often Y down. Okay. View is Y up. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm with you there. I didn't really expect anything to happen there. I was just curious. Okay, so when are we running that? Are we running that on update? We are, yes, straw alpha. Try drawing in the top left. Yeah. Thing is, it's going to be white with a 9.9 alpha. I am changing the right thing, aren't I? It's going to be tiny anyway. But I definitely can't see anything. Maybe it's too small to see. Whoa, did we just crash? Maybe it was too fast. Yeah, unwrap on a none value. Okay, that's not good. I shouldn't be using unwrap anyway. Physical cursor position. Oh, because I moused outside of the window? Interesting. Okay, what could I be doing wrong here? Why are we complaining? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I am doing much the same thing I was doing for getting the level material and the texture and the image. But I'm only going to be doing it if the left mouse button is pressed and it's only going to be 1 pixel at a time. So it's going to be quite small. Actually, let's just debug something here so that we know for a fact that we are actually entering that block. Yep. Interesting. But the image itself is not changing. Huh. Yeah, I could draw a block. But I should see something, right? Unless I'm wildly outside where I think I am in terms of the image itself. At least it doesn't crash when I move it outside the window. Huh. Am I mistaken in thinking this image is mutable at this point? Oh, I could be ignoring an error from set color at. I don't need to care about okay, do I? That's all incredibly bad. Expect a fitter. All right. This is still all incredibly bad. Expected and string. Oh yeah, fair enough. Huh. I didn't realize that was a thing. What would it return on okay? Same problem. Ah. All right, so I have to output something from both, basically. Okay. And what's your problem? Okay. You could just be wildly out of bounds with your chords. Yeah. Absolutely. I was just wondering if there was an error that I'm ignoring. Nope. Seems perfectly happy. I could be just wildly out of bounds with my chords. What are my chords? It could just be ghosts. Like actual ghosts. What kind of ghosts are we talking about here? Let's actually output or is it a case of it not being on the main anymore? $623, $164. Wish this thing would stay at the bottom. 10 and 9, that sounds right. If it wasn't on main, it'd explode a lot more, yeah. 1904, 1063, that sounds fine. It's where I would expect to see them, but I think I'm making an assumption that isn't a thing. I just don't know where it is. Window physical cursor position. We know we're getting to this block and we know we're setting a color. Set color at X, Y. I'm not doing it backwards or something stupid like that. X, Y. And then a color. Which I'm giving. Images take and images set, you say? It's curious that it would work as a one-off, but not in an update. I'm wondering if it's getting overwritten in some way. Do I need to attach it to the... No, it's already associated with... It should just update by itself, right? So the fact that the image is used as the texture on the color material should mean that when I change the image, the color material updates. My one-off is probably happening before the first upload. It might not be correctly re-uploading. Let's look at what happened with images taken, images set. Take is probably the wrong thing to search on. Set is even worse. Use of handle, image, and texture atlas as components will no longer work. Yeah. Take set, produce a different set of asset events compared to get mute. I see. I think I'm looking in the wrong place. Maybe not that. Remove insert. Okay. Still 88 references. Let's try image. Insert? No. Audio, custom cursors. Bevy picking. Well, that's just assets insert. That's not what we're talking about. Images take. So that'll be called on a res asset. So this, essentially, res assets image. Yeah. Uh-oh. Big Boy Games official. How you doing? You have caught me reading documentation because that's basically what I do now. Is there an unofficial Big Boy Games? I need to find this out. Thank you so much for your raid. How you doing? How was your stream? I saw you on earlier. I did not say hi. What were you working on? Images take and images set. So set. Oh, wait, we decided they were called insert and remove. Removes and returns the asset with a given ID. So would you have to then reinsert a new copy of it? It was either on Twitter or somewhere else, so you just kept using official. A new animal for Starground. What? Animation sucks. He's a big tardigrade guy that will drop meat. Excellent. Another use for tardigrades. They seem to be ubiquitous. Nice one. Well, feel free to hang out or vanish and do the self-cares thing, since I'm sure you've been on for a while. Okay, so we know that this is getting called. We know that set color at is not doing what we expect, but we also know that if we call it here, it does do what we expect. So what is different about these two blocks that I'm missing? Perhaps the fact that it's just doing the whole thing, the entire image, as opposed to one physical cursor position. It doesn't have to be a new copy. You can do like if let's mute blur image is removed. I see. Well, let's experiment. Let's see if, let's rule that out as a cause, right? So we don't want this. Even if it works, I'm not entirely sure if I understand it, but that's okay. Let's try it. So if let some mute image equals images remove. It would be quite a weird API, don't you think? Because you'd have to physically take the image out of the collection in order to modify it. I don't know. I guess to stop another thing from using it while you were modifying it. Get Big Boy rated. Hey, Cinet Twitch, how you doing? There's probably a large number of people that don't know anything about me. I do Bevy and Rust game dev, sometimes very poorly. But Big Boy and I are in the same indie game devs team, many of whom are also well worth a follow. Oh, Hypnotic gave me Hypnotic must have like an auto return shout out thing going on. I just know that remove insert is a different code path, and I suspect it's more reliable. Yeah, because you'd want like if it did work with this, but it didn't work with get mute, you'd want to kind of delve into why get mute didn't work, right? It's definitely a bug if this works. Yeah, I gotcha. So images remove and then the handle. So our handle is texture, right? Or a reference to texture. And then we are going to directly mutate. Is mutate just like a, yeah, this is making the change, right? So you would go images, insert, and then I see. So if we look at the definition of insert, we take anything that turns into an asset ID and then the asset. Okay. So effectively, we're still doing and texture and then image. Okay, I've definitely screwed something up there. I see. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's try that. Let us try that and see what happens. We have nothing to lose. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, definitely not working here. So I've obviously screwed something else up, but I'm kind of reassured. Oh, we seem to be showing a picture of a empty dog bed over here. Let's change that since the dogs are elsewhere. I'm kind of reassured by that because I feel like if it did work, I'd want to know why. So I must have screwed something else up. Is it just that we can't see it? We can make it super obvious. Interesting. So images remove. Yeah. Then change the image and then insert the image. Try clearing the whole image in the mouse version if the mouse is down. Yeah, so similar to this, I guess. I just don't understand why it's not doing anything in this particular system. So yeah, let's rule it out. We'll do it using this version first. And then that's also going to run on every update, which is not great, but let's just see if it does anything at all. I'm missing something really obvious here. Oh, that didn't do anything at all. So something's definitely wacky. I must be modifying something that I'm trying to modify something that doesn't have anything to do with my mesh or something like that. What? I've done something really foolish. Are there any differences between this and the one in set level mask? Gesundheit. Instead of doing it there, I'll just repeat this to make sure I haven't accidentally removed something stupid. Get rid of that. Just prove to myself that we can change colors. Yes, we can. Oh, this is so weird. And just to completely rule it out, let's go back to the get mute version. Get rid of that and that. I mean, it could be a bug, but I think it's much more likely that I'm doing something boneheaded. Doesn't work. What the hell? What am I doing? Something about the way I get the image is wrong. I just can't see what it is. Texture, image. It looks identical to me. Oh, I didn't have the left mouse button down. Okay, that would explain quite a bit. Okay, yes, that is correct. So in that case, let's go. God. Yeah, it should work on updates. So let's try it again. And in theory, nope. I thought that was going to be the reason. Is it possible the image get colors failing? Let's just make it so stupidly simple that we can't possibly fail. Okay, definitely not changing. Any errors that I'm missing here? Is it possible that the single... Oh, here we go. Draw alpha did not run because it requested inaccessible system parameter single mesh material. Hello. I used single and it's the silent failures all over again. This is why they're changing them back in 16. Or is it 15 too? Yeah, silent failures. Bastard. Why is it inaccessible? Mesh material 2D color material is inaccessible because what's the difference between that and... Oh, we got ads. Feel free to make a cuppa. What's the difference between that and what I was doing in the other one? I know why. Must be ghosts. No, it's giving me the silent errors. So it's not actually running because of the single. I think that we should stop doing that. Well, Windows should exist. Windows should be fine. But instead of this, yeah, the rest of it could stay the same. No field O because of the query, right? So now we need to do adding the system to update without a state run. Yeah, exactly. So it's running way, way too early. I should have it in a system state. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, well, nothing's happening again. Have we still got an error here? Nope. So what am I actually doing here? If mouse button pressed, let's go back to this one. Man, this was a lot more involved than I expected. Okay, we definitely not got anything going on. Because we should see something. But it is reporting cursor position, so we are making it to that system. So that was a red herring, unfortunately. Damn. Well, maybe now I should try that the other syntax. Okay. And it's LO. Try calling get mute on the material after modifying the texture. Really? You don't want it to have any effect. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Try calling get mute on the material after modifying the texture. That's hilarious. On the material. So the material is level material. Get field? Get field mute. Do you mean on the image? For get mute, my options are... I think you're saying basically touch the image again so that it updates, but materials get mute. Oh, well, we're not actually calling get mute now. So maybe that's the problem. But it works before. All right, so we got to... Oh, you want to call that after we've modified the image. Which means materials does need to be mutable. I'm probably going to get something like borrowed it as mutable after borrowing it as mutable or something stupid like that. This really shouldn't make any difference. I'm kind of nervous to try it now. Okay. It would be kind of funny if it was a bug. Ah, it works. Oh, shit. That's funny. Well, I'm kind of glad that it wasn't directly my fault. Does anyone have the number for a good exorcist? Exactly. So all I can think of is that maybe this is a retained render world thing. Oh, we got an issue? Okay, well, let's look at the issue. That's funny. Good instinct. Oh, December 29th. Okay. You upgraded your code to Bevy. What? Oh, this is from 2020. Changing the texture contents of a texture handle does not change the rendered texture on screen. Oh my God, this is an old issue. Update color material when texture changed. That was in 2021. It's been reintroduced by the retained render world. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we're creating another issue, but we need to create like a really minimal sample for it. Hmm. And it needs to be reproducible. I wonder if anybody else might have found it. Might just ask in Discord. If it looks familiar. Let's find out. So, do you have a Discord thing for me to ping? I guess not. We're seeing some weirdness with altering. Oh, Ricky 26. Hope that's the right person that's doing the shortening thing. There we go. Has pointed out some weirdness with the rendered texture not updating after modification. Nice. In similar fashion to this old issue, wondering if it has been reintroduced as a result of retained render worlds. Happy to create an issue, just not sure if It's already a known quantity. Essentially, we were unable to get the texture to update until we called it's materials get mute, right? That's so funny. Cracks me up. I would not have thought to be able to do that either. Yeah, materials get mute handle. After modifying the image, see if that sounds familiar to anybody. Otherwise, we'll just I'll just make an image, make an image, make an issue, and try and come up with an example. Ran into the original incarnation of the bug. Oh, nice. So you've experienced this pain twice, basically. Interesting. Okay, so this is just a workaround for an apparent regression from returned render worlds, similar to old issue. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Huh. Can I not open my Reg window anymore? That's kind of annoying. Okay, where were we? This ritual is required for image modifications. Yeah, indeed. I will tag it with a to-do because otherwise I'll forget. Interesting. Okay, so very long-winded way of getting to the point where we can draw on our image in very small dots. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Thank you for finding that. I do not think I would have. So we'll get rid of the debug. We don't need that. And then there's going to be a lot of calls to. So this is using the original get mute and not using the remove thing. So that that's good. That at least presumably both versions work. But now it would be better if we could remove blocks at a time. Can set color at, could we potentially use, is there such thing as setting a block or a range? Or do you just make multiple calls to set color at? Probably the latter, right? So for example, we could, let's actually look at set color at's definition. Oh, 1D and 3D, 2D. Right. Yeah, it's probably reasonable to write in a loop, I guess, as long as it's fast. So for how would you do a square around the cursor position? You'd do like Hey, Real Yochi Replay, how you doing? It's going to be, well, we could start with a block with the cursor in the top left. So, yeah, I just need anything basically that isn't a single pixel. So let's try for n in 0 to 10. And then we'll riff on it from there. Oh, be a better Vimmer. You can do that. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. And I have a suspicion it's going to be a diagonal line. I just can't visualize it in my head. Yeah, it's a diagonal line. That's kind of pretty. It's way past your bedtime. Hey, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate your help. It's been really interesting. Have a good rest and take it easy. Okay, so that's diagonal line. We don't really want... Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And we don't really want a diagonal line, although it's kind of interesting. A square block would be better. We're effectively reinventing paint right now is what's going on. I need 2 dimensions to be able to do a square block, I guess. So let's go for X, for Y. And then hey, it's a square block. Okay, this I can actually do things with. So the next thing is, instead of drawing in white, we need to only draw in alpha. So I only want to change the alpha. So that means I need to get the existing color. Existing color. I really want to spell it with a U. Can I please spell it with a U? I'm going to spell it with a U. Let existing color equals image get color at cursor pause X as U32 plus Y plus X. That is an if let sum, I do believe. Oh, if let okay. Then we want, can I do existing color with alpha? Might not be able to modify it, but with alpha 0. Oh, I can. Nice. Kind of an implicit copy, I guess. Okay. Ah. We can change the landscape. It's a drawing program. It's a very, very bad drawing program. Oh, man. That took a while. But now we can change things. That's cool. I have childish pleasure in this. Okay, nice. All right. We can modify the landscape. Let's make that, should we make that a bit bigger maybe? Should really be a constant of some sort, but we will tidy things up, I promise. Hey. Okay, so that means that whenever we want to, we can just have, for example, a character explode and create a hole. We can have them burrow through that section and create a hole. Very cool. It would be better if it was centered on the cursor pointer, so we could do that first. This should now be for x in cursor pos x as u32 minus 10 to, we will tidy this up, I promise. Yep. Y as u32 plus 10. And then this becomes x, y, x, y. Hooray. And now it should be in the middle. Yeah, perfect. It'd be quite interesting to learn how to do it using a bit mask, like the way that Mark Daly did. Was it Mark Daly? I've lost his name now. But yeah, that's ideal. We can modify the background. We have a very, very shitty version of MS Paint. Childlike pleasure. Childlike pleasure. Okay. Phew, that was hard. Now, why have I got a notification? Oh, yeah. That's because I said I was going to do some I said I was going to do some CI for one of the audio repos because it sounds like we're rewriting Bevy audio, which is pretty exciting. I had not heard about this before a few days ago. Okay, so the next thing is, can we possibly get them to walk along this world? Little creatures that walk along the world. So I need to go back to our video. Let me find the link, which is in our Discord. And we should do a team shout out. There's only a few of us left on. Caden is silly. Okay, so now I need the Discord URL and this video here. Okay, so we were up to this point where effectively he was able to
so
draw onto his map in very much the same way that I've done.
I'll do a cursor as well. Create object, let's put step event. Let me just have a quick look and see what this looks like. Okay. That's kind of what you expect.
It's a little cursor.
Now then, the interesting part. Reset.
Thing is, he's been able to do it all on the GPU, and I have not. So it'd be really interesting to see whether that's possible. Like if you could do it in a compute shader or something.
Let's try that again. Ooh,
hey, look at that. See, he's doing the same thing, except he's using a circle.
Instant removal.
Using a mask, essentially.
So that'd be like blowing something up. Pop. Okay. Now, the only thing with that is once we've done that, we need to kind of grab the buffer again so we can get the new mask.
Yeah, I don't need to do that because I already have it.
Should just be copy it. Ideally,
since I'm directly manipulating the image.
But I don't know, you can. Let's just do this just now. So I think we can look to get a lemming walk. Kind of want a background. Used to have some really cool backgrounds in Lemmings 2.
This dude also wrote or contributed to the original GTA. So what I want to know now is the logic behind having them walk up the pixels. Or effectively colliding with the image.
Funnily enough, Lemmings was not a 60 frames a second game. It was actually 17 frames a second in PAL.
Huh. Good old PAL.
And 15 and 15.
Oh, hey, Danny McGee, I'm sorry. We are looking at the original Lemmings creator describing how to re-implement it in GameMaker. I'm just looking at some of the logic he used so that I can basically steal it or understand it at least.
60, 20 frames a second. So let's do.
So what we want is the logic that they use to collide with the image, basically.
Should probably be under other objects.
I think I already understand some of it. Like, if I need to look around each character and decide whether or not they're above a piece of the background.
So we'll spawn it at the origin point. And layer lemmings. A lemming. Assuming that's what I called it.
A lemming object.
There we go. I think we should give it a default. They always kind of come out falling, so we want to give it the faller. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So
you made a falling sand sim the other day, and someone said it looked like
fall
lemmings. Yeah, falling sand sims are great, but the original Lemmings game was just this classic. But I want to understand, because it's not ordinary collision. It's not like avian collision. It's collision with an image, and I don't really understand how to do that, so I want to figure it out. I think he's just tracking individual pixel positions.
Let's stick that as a global. And the other thing can do it.
I don't really care about spawning lemmings. I want logic. Give me logic. I see. So if we're falling,
just going to move them down just now.
Okay. So actual movement. And we can actually do set up a game state. So, or in fact, they're not called lemmings, but we can apply physics to them. Actually, no. Let's just watch a bit more for his logic.
Step.
Process lemming. Check collision. This is what we want. It's a little small, actually.
Index.
Game Maker language is not my favorite. Okay. I don't need this because I can just get the world position already, I think. Oh no, I'll have to convert from transform to... Yeah. So he's using ×4 because he wants to understand whether it's alpha or not.
A buffer? Level. I did indeed. Now this will definitely be set up by the time the lemming comes out, because he comes out a few frames later anyway, which is fine. Index.
Good old collision detection never gets easier, that's right. Well, it's not like you can use... I did start with avian, but I don't think you can use it in this case because we're going to have to destroy individual pixels. If anything, we need Noita's game engine.
So, that will basically tell me if there's a pixel or not.
Yeah, so we're looking for anything that isn't alpha, basically.
Can't remember how.
Okay, so let's have a think about this. I can at any time get the image texture out of the color material. So I think what I need, instead of instead of a mesh, we need a sprite. And I think we just need something to interact with. I have no idea how big these are going to need to be. I'm going to say probably around, because the original lemmings were tiny, but I think probably around the kind of 30 by 30 area is going to be good. And obviously they're not going to be amazing to begin with. Whoa, that's not what I had in mind. Just a couple of little feet. Something like that. And then just a big blob. A big blob of something. A blob. A blob. Blob with feet. Because we don't want to get fussy. We don't want to get fussy. Just a blob. Maybe we should give it some eyes. I just invented Cool Spot. What is Cool Spot? I have not encountered this before. It's a 1993 platform game. Well, there you go. I have just invented Cool Spot. You're right. I wonder how many video game characters in history are basically just blobs with feet. Now it's a bird. It's an owl. It's a baby owl. Okay, that'll do. A 7-Up ad in the form of a game for Sega Genesis. Excellent. Wait, am I exporting to the correct place? Yes, I am. Okay. Don't know if that'll show up, but hopefully it will. If not, I can add some outline. Cool. So now we need to add that to assets. Path equals textures. Yup. PNG. Okay. And then it shouldn't be in levels though, should it? Collection, a resource. And we'll do a load collection on it. Okay, now. And yup. So now we can spawn one. As, I guess, a sprite. I don't want a collision handler just yet. App, add systems. Wait, is it game playing or screen playing? Not systems. Function init. Mute commands. And then we want characters, res characters. Commands spawn. Oh, we'll need a marker. Derive component. Debug. I don't know. Something else. Name, new, yup. Yup. And sprite. Oh, I forget all the sprite thingies. Image tester atlas color. Is there like a sprite new? Two pub struct, yep. Oh yeah, look at that. Thanks, I already did it. We like the chat debug. It's a very useful feature. Now, let's just do it this way for now. And then we've got image is characters, yup, clone. Expected comma because, of course, we have that. And now we have this. What's your problem? Oh, yeah, what is that called? It's screen endgame. But I need it to run after. This one. Which probably means that this is a code smell, but let's just roll with it for now. Its crate is in-game playing. Which is undeclared. Okay. So now I have an image with a default transform. So in theory, I ought to be able to run it and have it show up. Except it won't because we're stuck on loading. Okay, well, that was fun. What's going on here? Path not found. Assets, textures, yup. All right. Where did I save it? Certainly looks like it should be there. Maybe I didn't hit the final export. Hey, there it is. Oh, look how cute. It's just coincidentally sitting on the Earth. It's not actually sitting on the Earth. Overwhelming negative. The game never loaded. Request refund immediately. That's right. Can you imagine the reviews? Okay. Let's see here. Let's go with it to do this after is a bit cursed. Come up with better spawning logic. Okay. So we can spawn one. That is good. It has a default transform. That is less good. But let's give it a transform that's a bit higher. Obviously later we'd like it to spawn from I think they spawn from a trapdoor. We'd spawn it from something, some kind of structure.
That's embarrassing. I wonder if Russell's on. He'd know. So.
So I eventually get to a screen. Yeah, so this is, he basically just loops through from 4 to -4 because lemmings interact with a little box of 4 immediately around themselves. So if there's a cliff of 4 pixels high, hey, thanks for the follow. They're in front of them, then they turn around and go the other way. And then he's checking collision, Y plus C, and break. And all they're doing is checking for an alpha value. Yeah. So it's pretty basic. But in this case, we'll go transform. Wait, we don't have a transform? Sprites don't have it? Oh no, because we're in required components land now. So transform from XYZ, I don't know, 200 O, or actually O, wait, minus 200? O, I always forget this. And 1, and we'll probably assume should all yops be spawned on specific Z value for easy terrain, for ease of handling? I don't know. Question mark. Not sure about that one. Okay, so in theory, it should spawn higher. Yes, it does. Okay, but we have no gravity, so it does not fall. So let's apply some basic physics. We're not using avian for, well, we could. We could use avian for physics and then just not use avian for collisions. But I feel like that's more complexity than we really need. Let's try rolling our own physics and see how horrible it is. So let's go with, do we have a physics module already? We do not. Let's add one. And use Bevy prelude. Function, pub function, plugin, and mute app. Wait, app is and mute app. And then we're going to go app, add systems, on, enter, it's like screen in game. And then we'll go to lib. And we'll add physics plugin. And physics should really be in inverted commas. It's so cursed. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to work. Okay, so that is incorrect. There we go. Now, we want, actually, we're going to go with on update. Hey, Code Void, how you doing? Hope your weekend is going well. Time, by the way. Oh, it's 4:30. We've been going for almost 4 hours. It must be time for another cup of tea. So we'll do it on fixed update. Gravity. And we'll look for anything that has... what would be the phrase for things that are affected by gravity? Has gravity. What do they call them? Rigid bodies, but that's a little different. I need that to be mutable. And we're going to go query and mute transform with gravity. And we're going to create a component. Good? Excellent. Pleased to hear it. Derive component, debug, various other things. Someone said you should derive reflect on a lot of these too, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. Pop gravity. Let mute y string equals y unwrap indeed. For object now for thing in mute has gravity. I think body is a good word for it. So maybe rigid body was the right approach. Actually, it's a transform, is what it is. T translation y minus equals 10. So the most simple of possible implementations ever. Okay, and then we shall go to our yup. And we shall add gravity. And then in theory, when we run it, our little yup guy should fall down. That's the theory. The practice is that it crashes instead. But why? Unit struct with a similar name. Oh, really? Oh yeah, I called it init for some reason. Okay. Okay, and yep, he falls down. Maybe a little too fast. Obviously, we will not leave this as a magic number. But that seems to be effective. All right. I would even make it a little slower than that. Okay. Well, at least he's in front of the terrain. That's good. Now, we don't actually want him to be in front of the terrain. That's a good point. But it won't matter because we're going to calculate collisions anyway. Okay. Is anyone on for Team Green this weekend? Yes. Foss Unleashed. Excellent. Glad to see everybody hard at work. Now, we don't need that right now. So that is gravity. Now, we need various states. If we're falling, we don't want to move forward. If we're not falling, we do. So each yup has individual states. And it seems appropriate to... But they're individual states, so we can't use a global state. We have to set them on each component. Hello, puppy. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh, you tired out. Okay, fair enough. He's a tired puppy. Very, very tired puppy. Can't even fit all of them in the frame. I know how he feels. Okay. So yes, we do need states. So in the original game, that wasn't the kind of lemmings I was looking for. That's amusing. In the original game, we had climbers, falling. Oh no, actually, that's not falling. That's umbrella, basically. So floating, I guess, exploding, blockers, builders, bashers, diggers, and whatever the burrowing one was. Okay. So I think those could serve as examples for the kinds of things that we want to be able to do. I think let's go with derive component pub enum type state. Oh, we got ad break. I'm going to make one more cup of tea. I'll be right back. Okay. Now then, we have states to set. So what are we calling these? A yup state? Yeah, I guess so. For want of a better term. And then we should require, actually we'll set a default. Something like that. And then require like so. And that means that we shouldn't need to insert it when we spawn it, which is good. So we start them out falling and then eventually they're walking or grounded or whatever. But walking should be their default after that. So let's see here. We now need some kind of logic to stop them when they come into contact with the ground. So that's the next thing. So under physics, we need to handle collisions. So I'll get rid of this. Wait, why are we importing in-game playing self? Oh, look out. Hey, Foss Unleashed, how you doing? I think I already shouted you out, but let's try it again. No, I have to wait. 50 minutes, in fact. How you doing? How was your stream? Thanks for reading in. I appreciate that. We're messing around with Lemmings clone ideas. In Rust Bevy, and it's going very, very slowly. You did. That's kind of why I rated. Gotcha. I have a thing that reads from Team Green and shows the people that are online and shouts one of them out, and it was you. Okay, so we are falling. All right. It's making a 9p server that's also an IRC. Wait, what? That sounds cool as shit. I have never written an IRC client. It always struck me as kind of interesting. Hung out on plenty of them, obviously. All right, so now we need collision detection and physics. Very, very basic image-based collision detection. And if we collide, then, and we're falling, then we need to stop falling. We also need to know about the state of this. If it has gravity, we also need to know if it's falling or not. Because we only want to apply the gravity if it's still falling, basically. So this is incredibly primitive, but we can assume. I want to say that this yup state thing is not very flexible. We've got falling or walking. I think rather than call it yup state, I want to call it like character state. It's not a great name. Because what if some of the character states can't apply to all characters in the game? Let's try it and see where it leads. So we'll take character state. If state character state falling, then we change the translation. Otherwise, we don't. What is your problem? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Is it this? No. Why am I not able to compare enums like that? I think it's is something about is state. Hmm. Hmm. What is the problem here? Doesn't support equals equals. Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I think there's a way the enum comparison works differently. It's something like state is, or that doesn't seem right either. Oh, display and partial equal. Yeah. I gotcha. That I should have remembered. I think it might be equal and partial equal. Right. And I don't think that needs to be mutable. Yeah. So only if it's falling do we do that. So that's the first part of the puzzle. The second part is collision. Which needs to be applied on fixed update as well. Wonder if it should apply in the pre or post or just in fixed update. Let's see here. We want, for now, just any yup. That will not always be the case. I think that's going to need to be mutable. And we're going to want their character state. And their transform. But in the future, it might be more like anything that's got a rigid body or something like that. All right, so for and mute state T, N, and mute. Yups. And then we need to check I think they do in a range of 4 around it, but that's not going to be big enough, I don't think. So the way that Mike Daly was doing it, oh, that's so super small, but looking at every pixel position around the image. So in our case, we need the image. So we need to copy in the code from playing, which is this stuff. Actually, this stuff. All right, so we want images. Res, it's not going to be mutable, so it doesn't need to be that. Assets, image. Oh, we need the level. Query and mesh material, 2D color material with level. Materials. And that's pretty much it, I think. I appear to have missed at least something. Okay, good. So now we need this stuff. And what is your issue here? Yeah, I don't need it to be mutable. That's fine. Cool. So now we need positions of things around the Yup's foot position. So if we've got our collision point is presumably somewhere here. And this is a 36 by 36 character. Then we need to look at essentially 35, 15 or something like that, somewhere down here. Depending on whether they can land on 1 foot and still be considered on the edge of something. In which case you might want to check the entire bottom row. But yeah, let's assume for the sake of argument that it's just the middle of the bottom there. We could use a sentinel value of like 15 or something like that. So we need to check the values that are returned from the images, and we're looking for transparent pixels, so alpha of 0, basically. I don't know if it's ever going to be exactly 0, but we want it to be 0. So what am I doing? I get its current translation is let collision point equals T translation now, does the translation refer to the center of the sprite? I think it does, right? So plus vec3 15 15 or something like that. Hang on, where is that going to get us to? If it's already at let me think about this. If it's in the middle, then adding 15 and 15 is going to take it way out to the right. So we want to add 15 to the y. Add or subtract? Subtract, right? Because negative y goes down. Minus, I don't know, 18. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, that's got to be a new. Yeah, roughly. I mean, better way to determine this. Okay. So now we refer to the color of that pixel in the image. So we need to get screen space. We need to turn screen space coordinates into 1920 by 1080. So I feel like that's going to involve me looking at the transform of the color material and comparing it to the transform of the character. I think. How am I going to go about doing that? Let's see. We could get it, first of all, and find out what it is. The transform's on the mesh, isn't it? Is it on the material? I think it's on the mesh. So the mesh material 2D, maybe? How do I turn it into, I need to, a reliable way to switch from 0 center coordinates to 0 at top left coordinates. I know that there is a way to do that. I just can't remember what it is. I think Cheapbox got it. Convert cursor to world coordinates, maybe? Oh, using the camera transform? Actually, I kind of want the reverse of this. Camera viewport to world. I think I kind of want camera world to viewport. Let's see. Camera viewport. Set camera viewport. NDC to world. Oh, I've seen this before. Viewport to world. Viewport to world 2D. To get world space with normalized device coordinates, you should use NDC to world. World to NDC. Which one is normalized device coordinates? X and Y are 0 to 1. No, I don't want that. Physical viewport. What about world to viewport? That might be what we're looking for. Because the complicated factor is that Lemmings itself used to scroll using a smaller viewport along a larger map, and we might end up doing the same thing. But in the meantime, the entire map is the viewport, and it's kind of huge, like 1080p. So I think I want world to viewport. Let's test that theory. In the meantime, let's actually debug collision point. Level design makes me think more of Worms. I loved Worms. That was such a good game. Wait, I'm talking about Earthworm Jim. You're talking about Worms, which is something different. Yeah. I don't know much about Worms. But I remember people talking about it. Collision Point. I did love Earthworm Jim, though. That was a cool game. Collision Point world to viewport. That does not seem like a function. Is this a translation or this is a transform? Oh, it's a vec3. Oh. Worms is like the ballistic tank games. Yeah. So world to viewport is on what? Camera? Right. So I need the camera for that to work. Essentially that. Except we've got a camera 2D. And I don't know that I need the global transform. But I want camera worlds to, that is, oh, I see camera. Okay. That's troublesome. Where do we call world to viewport? On camera itself. Okay, so in that case, we can just do away with the tuple. Whoa. And I doubt if it needs to be mutable. Really? I can't even call it now? What am I missing? Oh, it does require the camera's global transform. And where does world position come from? Hmm. So you have to get the global transform. It's weird that it's not looking that up. I would expect it to complete, but it's not. Okay. So camera global transform and a world position, which can be my vector. Okay, so I basically want to know roughly where it thinks the character is. That's what we're looking for here. $960. Yeah, that seems about right. It's falling off the edge. I think that's accurate. Okay. And where did it start? Oh, so far away. Yeah, I'd have to go back too far to figure that one out. Never mind. You feel like your thoughts are so much more ordered than mine? I very much doubt that. It's a state of chaos most of the time. Uh, but the whole point is to create order from chaos, right? Okay, so for mute state and mute yumps, yeah, so collision point there, and then we actually want the collision point to be um, we should do the conversion here. This is essentially let feet. Let collision point like so. And then, well, obviously we wouldn't use unwrap. So now we want, we've stopped falling is what we're saying. No, because we haven't checked it against the image. So we need to check it against the image. We have a collision point. We want to know if that point has struck any pixel in the image that isn't alpha 0. So let check, I don't know, equals image get color at collision point X, collision point Y. And that's an if let. You didn't like that. Why didn't you like? Because it's a result. Same problem. Okay. Now, that means we have a color. So if check alpha is greater than 0, hey, we collided with the ground with something. This is like super primitive. Okay, we collided with something. So now we need to take it out of falling state. So state equals character state walking. And that's, wait, what's your problem? Oh, okay. And that's basically it. So the theory being, if we strike something that doesn't have an alpha value of 0, then we stop moving or we stop falling. I laugh if this actually works. Oh my God, it worked. That is hilarious. It actually works. Actually looks like the feet get a little buried in the hill, which is fine. But yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. I have to see that happen again. We should prove that it works by moving it over a little bit. So say shifting it over by like 500 pixels. Yep, works perfectly. Oh, that's such a mess. But it works. We have reinvented physics and collision, except we haven't really, but you know, it works. All right. So lots of things that we need to add. Um, very basic image-based collision. And get LFS is very slow. There we go. All right. So now we need to record that because I need to save it for posterity. Wonder how fast I can. Maybe I could add a delay. How fast I could record it. What is the thing that I use? WL. Screen rec. That's what it's called. See if I can make this, time this right. Oh, he's not even on screen. Damn it. I'll start him further up to give me a better chance. I wonder if that actually caught it in time. What is it called? Oh, yeah, it did. Hilarious. Except that I forgot to turn it off fast enough, so it just keeps going and going and going. Okay, let's try it one more time. Yep, that'll do it. uh, I have to put this on Discord. I don't care how childish it is. Oh, does the drawing on the screen thing still work? Or did I disable that? Oh, it totally still works. But of course, he's never going to be in the falling state anymore now. He's also not state scoped. Hey, look at that. He falls all the way down. I have to play with this some more. To juggle it. Childish, but amusing. Okay. Oh, and you mentioned, did someone reply to that thing about the bug? I don't think this has ever been fixed. Oh, it was, but I guess it broke. It's been broken for a long time, no. Oh, okay. That explains it. I'll look, but can't promise I'll necessarily understand how to fix. We'll create an issue, though. Seems like it could use tracking. Okay. So we are totally going to showcase this. and I'm committing it so that have I already? I think I already committed it. Yeah. Um, playing with my proto lemmings like all the way home. Eloquent geek. I appear with much assistance to have reinvented image-based collision and destructible terrain. Right. And have I looked at penguins? I don't know. Have I looked at I know pingu. That gives me ridiculous satisfaction. Okay. Oh, Pingus. So I remember the game Pingo. Apparently, it's a rare wine. Oh, okay. Hang on. Yeah, this looks a lot like Lemmings. Yes, I have seen this before. Yep. 77 levels, man. That's impressive. The level building is the hard part as far as I can see. Work on the game began in 98. I don't know that I've actually had it running, but it's very cool. It looks, I think he's using the same destructible image-based stuff. It's hard to tell whether those are tiles, but I don't think they are. I love the exit. That's cool. How good is that? Awesome. But I want it to be, I don't want it to be a direct clone of Lemmings. I love the basic idea, but I'm looking forward to messing around with the concept a little. So that'll be good. The art's great. No question. There's a huge weak point for me, obviously. Cool. Okay, well, I think I am going to try to raid out because it's almost 5 hours down the line now. Who's on? Oh, apparently my bots died again. Really need to implement token refresh. Have not done that. Hypnotic. Let's see. Oh, Finn. Finn's on. Let's go raid Finn. Thanks for hanging out, team. I appreciate it. We'll see you again soon.